Die Langa. Die Heilalanga. Die Heilalanga. Die Heilalanga. Lord Kupe. Die Heilalanga. Die Heilalanga. Lord Kupe. Die Heilalanga. Die Heilalanga. Die Heilalanga. Lord Kupe. Die Heilalanga. Die Heilalanga. Lord Kupe. Die Heilalanga. Die Heilalanga. Die Heilalanga. Lord Kupe. 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 Die Heilalanga. Die Heilalanga.
Hi, I'm Stefanie Ickerman, the chairperson of the Democratic Alliance Women's Network. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you all for joining our first virtual Congress in Gauteng. Please be reminded, should you require any support, please feel free to contact the following numbers. The call support number is 010-593-3020. The general support WhatsApp number is 061-964-2990. The IT technical support WhatsApp number is 068-072-2882. The OPA Vote Inquiries WhatsApp number is 063-211-4860. Or you can email us at gpcongress@da.org.za. Hi, I'm Stefanie Ikeman, the chairperson of the Democratic Alliance Women's Network. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you all for joining our first virtual Congress in Gauteng. Please be reminded, should you require any support, please feel free to contact the following numbers. The call support number is 010-593-3020. The general support WhatsApp number is 061-964-2990. The IT technical support WhatsApp number is 068-072-2882. The OPA Vote Inquiries WhatsApp number is 063-211-4860. Or you can email us at gpcongress@da.org.za. Hi, I'm Stefanie Ikeman, the chairperson of the Democratic Alliance Women's Network. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you all for joining our first virtual Congress in Gauteng. Please be reminded, should you require any support, please feel free to contact the following numbers. The call support number is 010-593-3020. The general support WhatsApp number is 061-964-2990. The IT technical support WhatsApp number is 068-072-2882. The OPA Vote Inquiries WhatsApp number is 063-211-4860. Or you can email us at gpcongress@da.org.za.
Die Heilalanga.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Gauteng Congress for 2020. It's my great pleasure to announce to you that at the moment we have 684 registered delegates. That means that we have more than a quorum. So it's my great pleasure to declare the Gauteng 2020 Provincial Congress officially open. Please enjoy.
Democrats, South Africans, welcome to the Democratic Alliance Gauteng's first ever virtual Congress. From the best run municipality in Gauteng and throughout Johannesburg, where the DA achieved in 3 years what the ANC could not achieve in over 20. To South Africa's administrative capital, safe DA hands. We are united by our values of freedom, fairness, opportunity, and diversity. Today, we will unpack our vision to bring real change to this province and elect our leadership who will lead DA Gauteng into the future. We are committed to achieving real growth in Gauteng, stopping corruption, creating jobs, and building safer communities. A better future is possible now. Welcome to the Democratic Alliance Gauteng Provincial Congress 2020.
Good morning, Democrats from across the Gauteng province. We come together today united by our values of freedom, fairness, opportunity, and diversity. Words cannot express the tremendous grief that our nation is experiencing due to the COVID pandemic. As a province and a nation, we mourn the tragic loss of lives, and our deepest sympathies go out to the victims, their families, and their friends. We thank our public representatives for being at the face of this pandemic and for the assistance that they provided to our residents during this time. And as we struggle to return to normalcy, we look to the wisdom of our party leadership, who are resolved not to allow this event to change our way of life or restrict our freedoms. Please stand with me now, silently, wherever you are around Gauteng, for a moment of reflection and respect. Thank you, Democrats. Delegates, we welcome you to the Gauteng Provincial Congress. I now please ask you to remain standing as we proceed with the singing of our national anthem.
Viva DA Viva! Halala Blue Family, halala. I'm Tsepo Mhlongo, acting Johannesburg Regional Chairperson. A beautiful day indeed. Good luck to all candidates that are standing in different positions today. After this Congress, a lot of hard work lies ahead for all of us ukukhulisa inhlangano yethu. We need leaders that are activists, not boardroom politicians. We need community activism. We are ready to be led by the leadership that will make us to achieve ukukhula kwenhlangano yethu i-DA eGauteng. Khula DA khula. I would like to dedicate this special message to Mike Moriarty.
Colleagues, guests, it's my great pleasure to welcome you to this Congress. I've had the enormous privilege to be your provincial chairperson for these past 3 years, as well as for 2 terms from 2010 to 2014. I reflect on what an honor it has been. There have been successes in various campaigns. We've been setting the pace within the party across a whole range of operations. Gauteng is often sought out for advice by our peers elsewhere in the country. We prevailed despite some within who have sought to divide us. They're gone, and we remain. But there are tensions in isolated places. We must work against these and strive for greater unity, evident to all. We can achieve this when we urge each other to focus on the work to be done for the residents of our province. As provincial chair, I've represented the party in various places and met many extraordinary South Africans. I've had the opportunity to meet captains of industry, respected public figures, and have worked with major experts in various fields. Then I remind myself, these opportunities only came about because you, the DA members in Gauteng, decided I should be the one to have that responsibility. Being the standout province in the party can never be because of one person. We only receive recognition and kudos because of the tireless and selfless commitment of each public representative, staff member, and activist. It could not have been done without your efforts. You did all the work, but I am humbled to have been the one to receive the credit on your behalf. Notwithstanding a well-documented slippage of support in 2019 across the country, our province still pulled in the most votes for the party and came within 1 seat of bringing the ANC below 50%. We fought dozens of by-elections and recorded some massive wins. We've even won at times when we were expected to lose. I'm mindful particularly of Ward 112 in Johannesburg, where we turned around a huge loss in the May 2019 general election into a famous win a few months later in tough circumstances. We've interviewed hundreds of candidates for elections. We've done hundreds of performance assessments for public representatives. We've reached hundreds of thousands of voters through our issue-based campaigns, far more than any other province. When COVID kicked in, we still persisted in serving communities despite the lockdown. Our governments in Tshwane and Johannesburg turned around financial mismanagement and ushered in governance that serviced the citizens and not just politicians from the ruling party. It is a disappointment that we lost Mogale City and Johannesburg. However, we're delighted to be back in Tshwane, and there we are confident of a final win in the Constitutional Court. As ever, we can count on our team in Midvaal, led by Mayor Bongani Baloyi, to keep the DA flag proudly flying high and deliver the DA difference. The accolades earned by their municipality are a testimony. I must say a word for our faithful colleagues in Tshwane. For months, our councillors in Tshwane laboured steadfastly, without recognition or remuneration. They did so without fail and without complaint. They are true heroes walking among us. Colleagues, the journey has been long, but there is a greater task ahead. In January, our leader John Steenhuisen led us to adopt a vision that says we aim to be the core of a realigned majority by 2024 to bring an open opportunity society for all South Africans. If we are to pull this off, then it is going to take a massive effort. We have to build trust. To build trust, we must be on the ground.
driving the issues that plague the residents of Gauteng. They will support us when they know we're there for them and that we care for them. So it is with satisfaction that I leave the office of the provincial chairperson today, knowing that I did, in the words of Helen Sisman, what I could, where I was, with what I had. After today, you'll find me working with the colleagues in my Sisonke constituency to get more votes. We will work to unseat the ANC in each VD. If we all work to get majorities in each ward, we will bring the DA difference by winning more councils. This is my aim. I call each and every one of you to make it your aim too. Thank you.
I'd like to single out Mike Moriarty, who is not standing for re-election. Mike has given this province his everything during this past term. His commitment and work ethic have been unwavering. Thank you, Mike, for all that you have done for Gauteng, but particularly all that you have done for the Vaal region.
I knew Mike since 1998 when I joined the Democratic Party at that time. We campaigned together in 2000 when he stood as Johannesburg mayoral candidate. I served under his leadership in 2006 in the City of Johannesburg Council. He's not a boss, but he's a leader. Mike has played an important role in our party. Mike has been in different leadership capacity in the organization. Thank you, Mike, for your commitment, dedication to the DA. Thank you for your tirelessness work and sustained performance. One nation, one future. Ian Nasi, Ian Tukoms, isizwe esisodwa, ikusasa elilodwa.
As die verteenwoordiger van die vrouwenetwerk in Gauteng, wil ons net baie dankie sê aan Mike Moriarty vir al die tyd, moeite en opoffering wat jy vir die DA en vir al die provinsie gegee het. Die sukses wat ons as Dawn in Gauteng behaal het, is 'n groot gedeelte te danke aan jou. Baie dankie dat jy ons altyd ondersteun het. Ons waardeer dit opreg.
The past 7 months, Tshwane has witnessed firsthand the abuse of power by ANC government when they unlawfully placed the municipality under administration. It was through this struggle that Mike Moriarty guided and supported the caucus to ensure mental and emotional stability. Mike and the rest of the leadership led a charge against provincial government to ensure that council is restored and DA takes back its place as a government. On behalf of Gauteng North, I would like to thank him for his leadership during our time of crisis. As he steps down as provincial chair, I would like to wish him well, and I know that his wisdom will be available when needed.
From the province of Gauteng, we would like to salute our outgoing provincial chairperson, Mike Take No Nonsense Moriarty. Mike is one of those people who you could call at 2 o'clock in the morning and he would have an answer ready for you. Mike always gave very sage advice and was always willing to put shoulder to the wheel in tough times. Mike, we thank you for your hard work and dedication and for your love for this party. We know that you will be stepping down as the provincial chair, but that your endeavours with this party is far from over. From myself and the rest of Gauteng, we thank you.
Colleagues, Democrats, members of the Provincial Congress of Gauteng, it's my great honor and privilege to speak to us, our federal leader, newly elected from our federal Congress 2 weeks ago. Please welcome John Steenhuisen.
My fellow Democrats, it's great to speak to you on this virtual platform, which we seem to have perfected as a party in recent months. Few organizations have adapted so seamlessly to these strange new times as the DA has. Our Federal Congress was an amazing event, despite the fact that its delegates were scattered across the country. There is no other party in South Africa that could do what we did 2 weeks ago. None of them would even try, and we have every reason to feel proud. And here we are, doing it again in Gauteng. We may sit apart right now, but we're united in our mission here this weekend. But having said that, I am sorry that we could not host this Congress the old-fashioned way, because there's an energy that comes from being together, from being surrounded by colleagues who are on the same page as you. There's an energy that comes from knowing your party has turned a corner and knowing that you can speak realistically about goals for the coming year. There's an energy that only you on the inside of the DA will ever know about and experience. We all know that the DA is, once again, a party on the up. Yes, we've had no shortage of detractors, willing us to fail, but they don't stand here where we do. They don't see and hear and feel what we feel. Anyone who's been a part of the DA this past year will tell you that this party has rediscovered its purpose. We've let go of the bad habits and the wrong choices we may have made before. Anyone who has had front row seats in 2020 to the DA's response to not only the COVID-19 pandemic, but also the devastation wrought by government's lockdown will tell you that this is a party firing on all cylinders again. A party that led from the front at every single stage of this crisis. A party that set a benchmark that the ANC had no hope of ever touching. Anyone who was part of our incredible virtual Federal Congress will tell you this is a party that will not be stopped or slowed down by obstacles and challenges. A party that can debate and differ, but once the votes are in and the decision has been taken, immediately gets on with the work united in its goal. The DA is a party on a mission. We know the massive task that lies ahead of us, and we are striding towards it with purpose and renewed energy. That is the infectious energy that you feel at a live Congress gathering, and which I miss in virtual meetings like this. But I assure you that energy exists. Wherever you're sitting right now, trust me, you're in the company of people who know and believe the same things about this, the new and improved DA of 2020, as you do. I've addressed a number of provincial congresses already, and I've got a few more to go, but I want to make it clear that Gauteng is of particular importance to not only the prospects of the DA, but also the future of South Africa. This is the smallest, but also in a way the largest of all 9 of our provinces. This is where the trend is set. This is where the road is paved for future national elections. This is where the metros that can play such a critical role in showcasing our abilities in government are located. It's a window into what the DA is capable of. If we do well in Gauteng, we do well everywhere. If we govern well in Gauteng, the news spreads everywhere. And if we put clear blue water between us and the ANC in metros and municipalities here in Gauteng, that blue water grows and grows until we're surrounded by blue across the country. That is why the work we do here in Gauteng until the local government elections in less than a year's time is so critical. And that's why the outcome of this weekend's Congress comes with such enormous responsibility. I want to wish all of those in the running for positions in this weekend good luck. Good luck to our provincial leader candidates, Solly Mzamanga and James Lorimer, to our provincial chair candidates, Fred Nell and Selby Takiso, and to our deputy provincial candidates, Michelle Clark, Peter Sutton, Freddie Peters, Bongani Nkomo, and Malcolm Mafaila. I also want to extend a special word of thanks to the outgoing provincial chair, Mike Moriarty. Thank you, Mike, for the years of dedicated service in this position. You've been an inspiration to the party, an example of the work ethic it's going to take to paint this province blue. Democrats, I don't need to tell you that both the metros where we govern here have gone backwards rapidly again under the ANC. As we saw in Nelson Mandela Bay too, the gains made under a DA government can be wiped out in mere months. As disheartening as this may be, it also presents us with a massive opportunity. Our court victory in Tshwane could not have come at a more opportune time. And again, I want to congratulate and thank everyone who was involved there, because it was a battle we simply had to win. Also want to wish Mayor Randall Williams and his administration all the very best in this crucial time for the people of Tshwane. As we'd expected, we got a city back that was not in the state we had left it. But we're not the party that throws its hands up and complains. We're a party that rolls up its sleeves and gets to work. We're a party that had once set the city of Tshwane on the right road before, and we will do it again. Our unmatched track record in government has always been the DA's most formidable weapon, because nothing convinces quite like results. That is why the municipality of Midvaal is of such importance to our prospects here in Gauteng. And I want to let Mayor Bongani Baloyi know that the sterling efforts of his administration are of immense value to our cause and very much appreciated. Midvaal stands out in this province as a shining beacon of just what is possible when you elect the right government and then that government appoints the right people. You could not ask for a more graphic demonstration of the DA difference than a side-by-side comparison between DA-run Midvaal and its ANC-run neighbour, Mfuleni. On every single metric, Midvaal exists in a completely different world. And that is what we need to offer voters throughout this province. Let us do for them what we have done for Midvaal. What we also need to tell voters is that the reason both Johannesburg and Tshwane were allowed to be stolen back after the DA had made such progress since 2016 is because our majority simply wasn't strong enough. The same thing happened in Nelson Mandela Bay. We did well enough in 2016 to put DA-run governments in place, but not well enough to make these governments 100% safe. And if there's one thing we now know about the ANC, is that they will force their way back to the feeding trough if you leave the door open just a tiny crack. We need to get in and shut that door on them. We need to take them out of the equation, and that means targeting majorities that will do this. And if we cannot govern outright or in coalition, we must ensure that our share of the opposition vote prevents the EFF from becoming a kingmaker in these metros. We have to succeed in this because the DA is the only solution here. Without DA-controlled governments here, these metros will continue to slide into disarray and decay, just as our country will continue to do until the DA is given a mandate to govern. It's critical that voters know this, that they are told in every single engagement, again and again and again, of the single biggest difference between electing a DA government and electing an ANC or EFF government. And that difference is about where the power lies. The DA is the only party fighting to take power away from government and the state so that it can give this power back to the people where it belongs. Every single policy of ours, whether it's about jobs in the economy, education, policing, healthcare, service delivery or redress, has this goal at its very core. We believe the citizens of this country should be given far more power to choose, to build, to dream and to own their own future. And this means taking that power away from a weak and inefficient state. The ANC believes the exact opposite of this. They, along with the EFF, are still chasing a 20th century ideological dream that has failed everywhere else in the world. They still believe that the state should be all-powerful in people's lives and that government always knows best. They believe the state should own land, the state should create jobs, the state should decide where and how economic activity should take place. They believe that citizens should live at the grateful mercy of this all-powerful state. And this gratitude will then return them to government again and again. They don't believe in economic freedom. They don't believe in the power of enterprise and creativity. They don't believe in the dignity that comes with having a job. And what it really boils down to is simply this: they don't believe in the people of South Africa. Now, we could talk all day about the difference between our policies and theirs, but it is this one fundamental approach that sits right at the heart of it all. The DA wants to free people to live a rewarding life of opportunity and dignity by always putting the power of choice in their hands, while the ANC wants to take this power away and enslave people at the mercy of the state. That is a difference we need to go and offer our voters over the coming 12 months. And thankfully, we have a new and improved DA to point them to. We have a DA that knows who and what it is and where it wants to take this country. Gone are the days of the wobbly blue jelly. Gone are the days of flirting with policies and ideas that are not our own. Gone are the days of blowing this way and blowing that way in the wind. People can only trust you if they know what to expect from you. And what people can expect from the DA is a party deeply committed to the success of this country and its people. A party deeply committed to building a capable and honest state. A party deeply committed to non-racialism, where individuals are so much more than mere representatives of their race or their gender. A party deeply committed to the rule of law. One law for all, no matter who you are or how powerful you are. A party deeply committed to a social market economy, where the power of enterprise will open opportunities that a state-controlled economy cannot even dream of, but where a substantial safety net still exists for those excluded from opportunity. That is who the DA is. But knowing this is one thing, delivering the message to voters is another. This battle's not going to be won from behind desks or on social media. It won't be won in the newspapers or on TV reports. This battle will be won in communities, on the streets, door to door. It will be won by branches, activists and public representatives knocking on doors. It will be won by a party prepared to put in the hard work and rack up the miles, by a party that makes itself seen, heard and felt in every corner of every community. It'll be won by a party that cares deeply for the well-being of every citizen of this country and is prepared to fight for their rights, their freedoms and their dignity each and every day. I know, and you know, there's only one such party in South Africa, and that is our Democratic Alliance. Let us now go out there and see to it that the voters know this too. The future of our country depends on it.
1994 was a great moment in our country's history. We were united, we had hope. We all shared the same dream of one South Africa for all. That dream has been hijacked, corrupted and sold out by the power-hungry and corrupt. They divide us with anger and hate. Corruption is killing our country. Those who have betrayed the struggle are the ones in power who have made themselves rich, while the poor go hungry. This is not what we were promised. More empty promises, more unemployment. For 25 years, we have waited. We are moving backwards. The choice before us is simple. Either we make a change and move forward, or our dream dies. Only you have the power to bring change.
Ra leboga mongadi John Steenhuisen re shebile gore mo jareng e tlang re tla go tshegetse re eme mo mora wa gago jaaka re godisa mokgatlho wa rona wa Democratic Alliance re tsena mo ditlhophong tsa jara e tlang tsa 2021 tsa masepala ya selegae mme re godisa mokgatlho wa rona mo Gauteng. With that said, we move on to our candidate speeches, starting with our provincial leader candidates who will each have 5 minutes to address the Congress. And our candidates are Mr. James Lorimer and Mr. Solim Simanga.
My fellow members of the Democratic Alliance, if we're honest with ourselves, we know that our province has underperformed in the last few election cycles. Despite a lot of work and the dramatic weakening of our opposition, we have come agonizingly close to the breakthrough that we all dream of. We've won prizes, but we haven't been able to govern as we want. Our underperformance has meant we have not had the votes we need to take over government on our own. We haven't been able to govern as real Democrats and make better the lives of those who need us, because we've had the dead weight of coalition partners dragging us back. One of the things that has stopped us reaching our potential has been a leadership which has had little strategic direction. We had a leader who spent his time building his faction, not building our party. Some others in leadership joined in, and the echoes remain today. The problem I'm talking about is patronage, bandjies vir boeties. The thing that says, if you support me, I'll make sure you advance in the party. If you don't support me, I'll judge you only on that. Not by how talented you are, not by your contribution to the party, but by whether or not you voted for me in the last internal election. We're better than this. And if we're not better than this, we will not succeed. We've had a problem with factions, and it has to stop. The first way it stops is we recognize it's happening and admit it. We have to be transparent, and we have to pick people transparently for the skills and work that they're prepared to put in. I'm happy to say our party has decided to return to being the non-racial party we were when I joined so many years ago. This is the key argument that we will have in the months ahead. We need to understand it and be able to explain it to the voters. If we are different races, colors and black and white, or if we are different classes, richer and poorer, or different language groups first, we will never be one successful party that can build one successful country. Somebody once said, if you don't see that I'm black, you don't see me. I say, I will see that you are intelligent, hardworking, promise-keeping, value-upholding, truthful and courageous. And yes, you may be black or colored or Xhosa or Tamil, but the things you cannot change are not on the list of things by which you should be judged. We have to judge character first, and we have to convince the voters of South Africa to judge character and commitment and track record, because when we can convince them of that, it will be easy for them to choose the DA. When we have understood that, the rest is relatively easy. We need to trust our own DA people. There needs to be less power in the provincial office and more in the regions and in constituencies and branches. When I talk about reimagining branches, it means we shouldn't think of a branch as just part of the administrative command structure. Instead, think of it as an information center, a place where we can talk politics rather than a place where we receive orders, a place that gives activists a chance to be informed and strengthens their capacity to make the arguments we can then make to South Africa. This will be part of the process of identifying, training, capacitating and supporting a group of super activists who we will use as the spearhead of our growth. We have a huge task ahead to sell our ideas to voters. The media is against us. We have to handle them, but at the same time, go around them. We need to create our own media. Go to the average DA voter right now and ask them about us. Too many of them will tell you that they haven't seen us. We need a massive effort to communicate our message. Social media and the kind of messages we put out on that media are key. This is a fascinating challenge and exciting too. There's previously been a disconnect between the National Caucus, where messages are created, and the province and caucuses within it. Close coordination will allow us to focus and amplify those messages. It would be an advantage to have a leader who is part of that National Caucus. I'm not looking for glory or to be premier or party leader. There's a job to do, and I know I have the skills to do it. If you agree with my diagnosis and treatment, then you know what to do.
Fellow Democrats, good morning. Sanbonani, goeiemorgen, avsheni. Indeed, a great pleasure to be with you this morning. Fellow Democrats, I'm asking you to put your trust yet again in me to lead this province, as I'm standing firm and focused on ensuring that our values and principles and policies are adhered to. I'm standing firm and focused to make the DA the best government in Gauteng. Democrats, I'm standing firm and focused on our belief that the DA is the only hope for Gauteng. Democrats, I stand firm and focused on developing our members to becoming leaders. I stand firm and focused on promoting internal true democracy. I'm standing firm and focused on caring for our own. Democrats, I'm standing firm and focused on ensuring that Gauteng is a united province. And we are surviving, and we are thriving, and we are ensuring that the DA is the only alternative to what we have been seeing here. I stand firm and focused on ensuring that Tshwane remains a DA municipality. I stand firm and focused on ensuring that Ekurhuleni, the city of Johannesburg, that Mogale City, that Midvaal, that Lesedi, that Mirafong are indeed DA municipalities. I stand firm and focused on ensuring that all 8 municipalities in the Democratic Alliance in next year's election will do better. I need you to vote for me so that we can start hitting the ground running. I need you to walk the streets with me. I need you to go and knock on those churches, to go into those taverns, to go into every place where people are gathering, whether it be at dinner tables, where the people and the message should be one, that the DA should come in. I stand firm and focused on ensuring that the Democratic Alliance become a victor in next year's election. And not only that, but going forward, because 2021 becomes but just a stepping stone towards 2024, where we are going to wrestle power away from the government, the ANC government. I want you to walk with me. I'm asking you to step in and walk with me. I want us to be able to then return back to our policies, principles, and values, where the people do believe that they belong. I'm standing firm and focused on ensuring that every person that has really let down by government has a home in the Democratic Alliance. I'm standing firm and focused on ensuring that every person that is now fearing for their life and for their future has got a home in the Democratic Alliance. I'm standing firm and focused on believing that you as activists needs to be developed. I'm standing firm and focused on ensuring that our councillors, our members of the provincial legislature, and indeed our members of parliament are supported. I'm standing firm and focused on ensuring that our branches are indeed empowered to do the work that they need to do. I'm standing firm and focused on ensuring that all of us do belong and feel like we do belong in the Democratic Alliance. We have to grow the DA. That's the only way that we'll be victorious in next year's election and beyond. So I want to say to you, Democrats, today is an opportunity where we elect leader that will ensure that all these things that we stand firm and focus on do happen. Today is the time that we elect a leader that will ensure that the Democratic Alliance become the only alternative to what we have come to see happening. The leader have spoken about real change. The leader have spoken about real hope. And we are saying it has to be done, and it has to be done right now. Right now, and no time to waste, is where we now need to ensure that the Democratic Alliance gets to elect a leader in the provincial government. Right now is when we now need to make sure that the DA elects a leader in Gauteng that will see us through 2021, those critical elections and beyond. Democrats, it's all up to you today. I'm asking you to vote for me so that we can hit the ground running. We don't have time to waste. The elections are just around the corner. We now need to be on the ground every day. We now need to make sure that we recruit more activists. We now need to make sure that people believe in the Democratic Alliance and its principles, its values, and policies. The only way we'll be doing that is to be on the ground, focused and standing firm. I'm Solim Simanga. I'm asking you to support me.
Thank you, delegates. Raleboga. I would now like to introduce you to our provincial chairperson candidates, who will each have 3 minutes to address us as a Congress. Our candidates for chairperson are Fred Nell and Selby Tekiso.
Democrats, this must have been one of the worst years in the Democratic Alliance's history. But we are turning the corner, and I'm optimistic that we will grow into the nucleus of a South African government by 2024. We can achieve this. It is possible, but only through hard work and strong leadership. And this is where the role of the provincial chair is so crucial. It is not a glamorous role, but one that requires long hours and many meetings, to ensure that our strategy is properly implemented. A backroom role that requires monitoring, management, instilling organizational discipline, ensuring a conducive organizational culture, and making sure our support systems work properly. Managing HR processes, fighting for resources, financial management, campaigning, ensuring constitutional and legal compliance, and chairing meetings are all responsibilities that form part of a provincial chair's duties, meaning that this role requires a person with multiple skills that has their wits about them as they manage multiple processes simultaneously. I offer you these skills. I'm not a position mongerer, and I believe that you should lead when it matters, and it matters now. The DA needs leadership that matters now so that we can consolidate, build, and grow. We are busy consolidating our structures and support very successfully, but we have to complete this task very quickly so that our focus is placed where it must be, on winning elections and governing well. At the same time, we must build our branches and campaign capacity and expand our voter base. Without feet on the ground, we cannot win elections. We must aim to grow in the 2021 election so that we can win municipalities outright and take Gauteng in 2024. Without winning government, we cannot bring about an open opportunity society for all, built on the values of freedom, fairness, opportunity, and diversity for South Africa. A society that all South Africans crave and deserve. I believe that with my 32 years of proven leadership in the DA, I'm best qualified to be the chairperson in Gauteng, to manage our processes and procedures that will ensure proper support to our campaign efforts, branches, activists, and public reps. Party in our province. If Gauteng succeeds, South Africa will succeed. Leadership that matters so that we can consolidate, build, grow, and win is what I offer you. If you share my vision, and if you want experienced and capable leadership that knows how to win, then vote for me, Fred Nell, as your provincial chairperson today. Democrats, may you have a fantastic Congress, and thank you very much for your time.
Fellow Democrats, my name is Lehlohonolo Selbitekiso, Gauteng East Regional Chairperson, and today I'm standing for the position of Gauteng Provincial Chairperson. Despite the constant attacks from our distractors, this is the moment when we are demonstrating our ability to adhere to our values and principles. We are faced with internal squabbles, a matter which requires a firm and decisive leadership. The leadership with ability to live above the patronage lines, which are usually displayed in these squabbles. And in Ekurhuleni, where I am currently the chairperson, I have beyond any shadow of doubt demonstrated that. What is mostly worrisome, however, is the fact that the hand of some external forces is usually detected in the fermentation of these squabbles. Apart from the relentless attacks we are being subjected to by our political opponents, we have seen a rise in number of media houses who attack the DA rather than serve as instruments for consolidation of democracy. It is against this backdrop that we will be electing a dynamic and well-equipped provincial leadership with clear knowledge of the country's political landscape, with the ability to move across all instruments of social divisions and work for the party. Not administrators or bureaucrats who will be sitting in their offices for the next coming 3 years, introducing theories and hypothetical statistics of how we are going to win the elections. The masses are on the ground, not in air-conditioned offices. This is where we need to be on a daily basis. Our federal leader, John Steenhuisen, has indicated that the days of glorified campaigners are over, and indeed it is us who should effectively bring those days to an abrupt end by electing a decisive provincial leadership. I, Lehlohonolo Selbitekiso, am the right man to be elected as the next Gauteng Provincial Chairperson. One of the resolutions that comes to mind from our recent policy congress is evidence-based decision-making. I still do not agree that one excellent performance in interview rooms can actually serve as evidence that one is truly committed and loyal to the party, more so resulting into our tried and tested activists being left behind. In all fairness, I view this process as nothing but a Trojan horse. We should not be swayed by the media or be made to shy away from our political stance. We are a political formation that believes in non-racialism, and that is what we should at all times strive to achieve, and under my leadership, that will be the priority. By electing Lehlohonolo Selby Tekiso, DA will cooler. Thank you.
Fellow Democrats, the job of the Deputy Provincial Chair is a background role. It is not a glamorous job. It requires someone willing to put in 10,000 hours of hard work behind the scene so that the party works at its best for all of you. As the Deputy Chairperson between 2014 and 2017, I have a proven track record of helping steer the party through a tough but successful election, assisting with running the provincial executive and making sure that our systems ran smoothly. If elected as your Deputy Provincial Chair, I commit myself to bridging divides across our province. There is far more that unites us than that divides us, and I will work hard to find common ground, resolving differences and focus our attention on what really matters, replacing the ANC in as many municipalities as possible in 2021. I believe that our internal systems should be focused on training and development, not punishment. We must assist each other of our public reps with a training and development plan so that we reward people for applying their strengths and helping people to do their best. I pledge to work closely with the Federal Training and Development Unit to make as much voluntary training as possible available and accessible to our public reps, members and activists. This will ensure that we upskill all our party and have confident members who can take the DA message of hope to our communities. Election 2021 is going to be critical for the DA, and our campaign must learn from past mistakes. I want a campaign in which we empower branches and constituencies to use their local knowledge to run an election. Members closest to the ground know what the issues are and how to fight for them. If we harness this, we can have a good 2021 election so that the DA and the people of this province can take power back from the corrupt and build a better future. So let's be stronger together, fellow Democrats. Let's look to the future with courage and confidence. Let's build a better tomorrow for our beloved children and our beloved country. And when we do, our party and our province will be greater than ever.
Fellow Democrats, today is a good day. In fact, today is a great day for the Democratic Alliance in Gauteng. It is a great day because the hope of this province and that of our nation lies in the success of the Democratic Alliance. The change that Ugogo from Tembisa has been waiting for is found right here in the DA. Today, I stand before you on the shoulders of a giant, that in Helen Sisman. Her words continue to be a guiding force behind every step and decision that I take. Just like Helen Sisman, I stand for simple justice, equal opportunity, and human rights for all South Africans. As I stand before you today, I believe that the DA will ultimately win. We will win because of the very values Helen Sisman stood for. Furthermore, we will win because of our commitment to strengthen the DA by strengthening our branches. Democrats, it is when we capacitate every member to be an excellent ambassador for the party that we will win. I know and understand the need of branches to being effective because I myself have started my journey as branch chairperson. I have served as DA Youth Regional
deputy chairperson in Ekurhuleni, a constituency secretary, and a constituency training coordinator. In all the positions I've held and continue to hold, including those in the DA Ekurhuleni caucus, excellence continued and continues to be at the center of everything that I do. It is with this in mind, Democrats, that I call upon you, from Soweto to Tukomswes, Sandton to Mamelodi, Soshanguve to Kempton Park, Centurion to Attridgeville. Yes, I call upon you from Tsakane to Alberton, Germiston to Eto'atoa, all across the province, from Katlehong to Vereeniging. Let us all take hands and strengthen the DA by strengthening our branches. Therefore, I ask you to please rank me your #1 choice for provincial deputy chairperson.
Sanmonani, Dumelang, and good day to you all. When I joined the DA in 2011 as an activist, I immediately felt at home. A future based on the values of freedom and fairness within an open opportunity society was what excited me the most. This was a future I desperately wanted to be a part of, a future I wanted to contribute to. By 2014, I believed that I could and should be doing more. It was at this time that I stood as a candidate in the Ward 32 by-election, winning a marginal ward at the time by 55% of the vote, and again in 2016 by 59% of the vote. I believe that my success can be attributed to two main factors. The first being compassionate and dedicated leadership centered on hard work and sacrifice. And secondly, my passion and commitment to develop those I'm entrusted to lead. During the 2017 Provincial Congress, you showed faith in a young but passionate Bongani Nkomo. And in that time, I committed to achieve the following: provide support to the provincial chairperson, provincial staff, and public representatives. Achieved. Develop and implement training programs focused on empowering branches and public representatives. Achieved. Bring in outside expertise such as the FNF who would impart knowledge and ideas. Achieved. Use the skills and knowledge I acquired from the Dear Young Leaders program to mentor and support young activists. Achieved. I also committed to lead even when the going got tough. You witnessed this when I led strategies to develop and launch virtual, hybrid, and physical AGMs under very difficult circumstances. Democrats, with more time, we can do more together. Our journey is far from over. Coupled with the progress we have already made, my plans for the future are as follows. Continue to innovate by using digital platforms for training, development, and communication. This will enable us as a province to connect with voters and activists, but also enable us to thrive in the new normal. Secondly, produce confident and passionate activists and DA ambassadors by introducing a 4-week provincial training program. And finally, fight to ensure that Dawn and the DA youth have an expression around the provincial table. You can hold me on that. If my 4 years as a regional staff member have taught me anything, it would be how to organize. If my 6 years as a ward councillor have taught me anything, it would be hard work and sacrifice. If my 3 years in the provincial leadership have taught me anything, it would be strength and courage. And finally, if my experience from the Dear Young Leaders program has taught me anything, it would be that young people should never wait for an invitation to lead. Vote for continuity, vote for experience and a long-term vision. Vote Bongani Nkomo for Deputy Provincial Chair. Amandla.
Good morning, Democrats. Dumelang. Goeiemorgen, Sanibonani. I will provide the leadership to strengthen the functional structure between our branches, constituencies, and regions in our province. The primary objective of these structures are to grow the DA's membership and support and to fight and win elections in every possible ward in Gauteng. Re tshwanetse go sebedisana go etsa tšwelopele ya batho ba rona kaofela. Maikemisetso wa rona ke go sebedisana go atlega bonngwe, go atlega maatla, go hlola ba se ANC ka dikgetho tsa 2021. Ons takke, kiesafdelings en streke moet te alle tye slaggereed wees om as 'n effektiewe partymasjien tot die stryd toe te tree. My ondervinding in afbakeningsraad en munisipale sake sal verseker waarde toevoeg aan ons party. Ngiyacela nina nonke ukusebenzana ukwenza intuthuko endaweni yethu. Sinesifiso impela ukuthi sizoqhubeka phambili ngamandla ukukhulisa amalunga waseqembu lethu lase-DA lase-Gauteng. A few of my achievements and organizational skills are the following. During 1999, I played a crucial role in the establishment of the Midvaal municipality. In 2009, I joined the DA, established 40 new DA branches, and was elected the Midvaal constituency chair in 2012. I convinced the Gauteng Provincial Congress to establish an autonomous Vaal region of the DA and was elected the first regional chair in 2015. During the demarcation battle, I led the movement to save Midvaal from being incorporated into an ANC-dominated Vaal Metro. From 2014, I served as the Speaker of Midvaal Municipality, which has a well-known track record. I also served as a member of the Gauteng PEC, as well as the Federal Council, and attended numerous DA leadership forum meetings. Ki amohetsi huketwa huba mutlatsi wa mudula situlo wase Gauteng. Ek vra daarom graag julle ondersteuning vir ondervoorsitter van die DA in ons provinsie. Ngiyacela ukukhetwa ukuba usegela sihlalo. I thank you for your support to be our deputy chair. Kialibuga. Baie dankie. Ngiyabonga nina nonke.
Good day, Democrats. I am Councillor Peter Sutton, and I'm standing to serve you as Gauteng Deputy Chairperson. I accepted this nomination with one clear aim in my sight, and that is to restore the DA culture in Gauteng. As a united party, we had much success in Gauteng. Our election results in 2016 will be long remembered. Midvaal has become a benchmark, and we are exceptionally proud of their achievements with the majority DA government. Coalition governments proved to be not the easiest, but what we achieved and what we did in Gauteng, we did as a team and for the residents and for South Africa. One of the illuminations 2020 has brought to the fore is how our success on local government has triggered a desperate attempt in Gauteng to stop the DA by any means necessary. The events around the illegal power grab that unfolded in Tshwane has made winning Gauteng absolutely non-negotiable for us. We must duplicate the success of the Western Cape province with our very own DA-led administration and premier here in Gauteng. This DA culture that has brought us much success has always been to allow fierce debating on all structures, but then uniting as a party behind a final decision and executing this with the vigor irrespective of the preceding debate. To always support our elected leaders as best we can, even when that leader was not our first choice. When we needed to raise problems and concerns, we did this through the official structures available and not by creating substructures or alternative caucuses with an aim to create an opposition to DA official structures. Our belief in the intrinsic value of activists and public representatives were displayed through our actions. Dictatorships don't win democratic elections. Our elected leaders were held accountable to protect these values and to protect our unity. The alternative of these will only destroy our DA culture, and it is this DA culture that we need to reignite in Gauteng. Winning the Gauteng province in 2024 will be difficult in the best of times. A united DA in Gauteng will achieve this, and a strong DA culture will not move us from this mission. Over the past month, we elected new leaders in all levels throughout South Africa. 2 weeks ago, our very own John Steenhuisen and Bali in Tuli reignited this DA culture on the federal level. And this weekend, we are reigniting this DA culture in Gauteng. As your provincial deputy chairperson, reigniting this DA culture in Gauteng will be my agenda. Our work to win Gauteng in 24 has commenced, and success in the 2021 local government election is a key part of this process. Please make Peter Sutton your #1 choice for Gauteng Provincial Chairperson, and let's reignite this DA culture in Gauteng. Individuals don't win elections, unity does. I thank you.
As South Africans, we come from a hard past. In many ways, we are still a nation divided. A nation with a hard future ahead. We are used to living in a world of us and them. The ones we trust and those we don't understand. Those who have and those who have not.
I'm sure many of you are wondering why you are here and why you are standing in the boxes that you are standing in. Many times, people want to tell us who we are, what we are, because of how we look. So today, we want to tell a different story.
When we take the time to really see one another, then there is us, those who voted in 1994 and those who were born free, the breadwinners and those of us desperately looking for a job. Some of us love Gqom and some can't pronounce Gqom. And then there are those who simply love to dance. Despite our differences, there's more that brings us together than keeps us apart. And then there are those of us who worry about our children's future, and those who don't feel safe in their homes. Too many of us are struggling to make a living. But all of us dream of a better tomorrow. We who refuse to give up hope. We who refuse to be divided. We who want to work together to realize the vision of Nelson Mandela. United, we will bring a better future for all of us.
Hello, colleagues, once more. One of the things that we do at our congresses, of course, is to recognize people that have done great things. So we have a series of Congress awards, and we won't do them all in one segment. We'll do 4 in this particular segment, and then we'll revert to the normal program. So it's my great privilege to give out some awards. The first award is going to be for the Star Activist. What we want to do, obviously, is to recognize activists, structures, formations that have done very sterling work for the party in our province over the last couple of years. It was a tough process to arrive at decisions. We did put out a call for nominations. Some did nominate. There may be some people out there that might think, well, actually, I should have got that award. Well, in some cases, you may or may not have been nominated. So I think that what we need to do is to not be so backward in coming forward. And if we have good people, let's recognize each other. This particular award now for the Star Performing Activist is one such person who has been recognized. And they're going to get this particular certificate and something else. Obviously, we don't have this person in the studio with us, but we will make sure that we get it across to that person within the next couple of days. And what the citation will say to that person who receives this award is the following. The recipient of this award is the current branch chairperson of Midrand Ward 112. Now that's a big clue there. The DA acknowledges that many activists in our party do an excellent job, but this year's winner has shown commitment to the party substantially beyond the call of duty. He would easily walk through difficult suburbs from 10 in the morning till 4 o'clock every day, delivering pamphlets to ensure the message got out to as many people as possible. He attended all kinds of meetings within Ward 112, hardly ever missing a single opportunity to be part of the team. Even in most challenging times, he still showed up for duty. He canvassed more than any other person in this constituency in the 2019 election. His enormous work ethic continued throughout the tough by-election campaign in Ward 112 that followed. As a result, we won a crucial election which we were expected to lose. He lives the DA values and principles in everything that he does. His blood is true blue, and he promotes the DA and its successes at every available opportunity. Colleagues, it's my great pleasure to announce to you that Bonginkosi Nhlapo is a worthy winner of the Star Performing Activist Award. Well done, Bonginkosi. Well done to your constituency and branch. I hope you're celebrating where you are right now. Colleagues, the next category of awards is now for a branch. So not only do we acknowledge people, we also acknowledge structures, and this particular branch is privileged to receive this particular award. And what I want to say about this particular branch is the following. It was established in 2014, and since this time, the branch can boast impressive increases in votes during elections through intense and pervasive campaigning. The branch has consistently conducted high-profile activities and demonstrated great activism and involvement in community projects. DA activists from this branch were continuously at the forefront of initiatives to challenge maladministration in Emfuleni, now there's a clue, and force the collapsing municipality to be held accountable for the poor quality of basic services. Petitions were driven and submitted to the municipality and the Gauteng Provincial Legislature with the aim of changing the lives of who had suffered under the terrible and inhumane rule of the ANC-ruled council. The branch has helped community members in various life-challenging issues, such as having a healthcare facility built in Everton West, another big clue, as well as a home for the elderly people and assisting Everton Primary School get a proper functional feeding scheme and also the installation of electricity and running water. The branch has helped many members of the community with electricity issues. This branch has been the best ward in the Vaal region in terms of membership, party event participation, and issue driving. Colleagues, it's my great pleasure to announce to you that Ward 24, Emfuleni North, is a worthy winner of the award for Best Branch. Well done to you. Our next one is an unusual one. I don't think I've ever done one of these before, but we decided that we needed to do one this year. We're awarding an award. I suppose that makes sense. You award an award to a caucus. And so we are awarding an award for Best Caucus. And this is what we say about this caucus. This caucus has steadfastly supported the work of the DA-led administration in its municipality since 2016. It has fought off several attempts to pass motions of no confidence in its leaders. It has fought high-profile legal battles to ensure the autonomy of all local governments against undue and illegal interference by an arrogant provincial government bent on grabbing power. You might get a clue in there. Most notably, they succeeded in overturning an illegal dissolution of the council. Its councillors served residents for 6 long months without remuneration, never wavering in their duty to the citizens and the cause. Colleagues, the councillors of Tshwane Caucus are the worthy recipients of the award for the best caucus. Well done, Tshwane. And finally, in this segment, I have a particular award which it's very useful to us to have a representative of the structure. Happens to just be in the neighborhood. So we thought, well, if he's around, then we can present it to him. But he's going to represent it on behalf of a very large group of people who unfortunately can't be here, which is a pity because when we hand out these awards, it's always lovely to have a whole bunch of people on the stage jumping up and down and risking structural collapse of the stage, but we can't have that this year because of COVID. But any event, we are now giving an award for recognition for outstanding performance for a constituency. We have a number of constituency awards. There will be 3 more later on, but this one is the top performing constituency. The other 3 are being recognized for sterling performance, and they will come later on. So this is the award for best constituency. This constituency has been the leader of the campaigning scoreboards published each week since the end of 2019. Their high-profile activities have led to favorable media coverage. There is a great level of activism in community and involvement in community projects. They have delivered sustained, consistent, and on-message communication with voters in the constituency area. The constituency enthusiastically engaged in the 2019 national election campaign and achieved many successes, including the establishment of the first call centre in Gauteng. The call centre also assisted the party with the testing and streamlining of the newly implemented system. The constituency has remained highly active throughout the period between congresses. They achieved 3 top-performing councillor awards during the 100-day campaign and have led all canvassing indicators on the campaign master report for the last year. Colleagues, Mogale City is a worthy winner of the award for best constituency. Let's congratulate Mogale City.
Hello.
We are privileged to have the constituency head of Mogale City, and it's my privilege to give it over to Janno Engelbrecht and ask you to say a couple of words. Thank you very much, Janno.
Thank you very much, Mike. It is my honor to receive this award on behalf of a group of hard-working and very dedicated people, our public reps and our very hard-working activists, and we will just continue as we are doing currently, being the best as we always are. Thank you very much.
And thank you for not thanking your mother and your auntie and your dog. Colleagues, now we go back to the program.
Have you noticed how, when most of South Africa gets that dreaded load-shedding notification, Cape Town often gets a clear forecast? This is with the help of the Steenbras Pumped Storage Power Scheme, which picks up the slack whenever possible. The DA-led city of Cape Town is a perfect example of how governments can innovate to make our power supply more reliable. They are leading the way by installing rooftop solar systems on city buildings, by retrofitting traffic lights with LED lamps, and by installing smart electricity meters. The city's waste-to-energy project is even working to turn the harmful greenhouse gas the city extracts from our rubbish into electricity. This is all in pursuit of keeping the lights on. If we look to the DA-run Western Cape at large, a priority is to enhance the uptake of rooftop solar PV at businesses, such as on the roof of this Cape Town shopping centre, because we've got to keep our economy working. DA-run governments are also promoting innovation through the installation of solar panels on the roofs of schools and clinics so that these facilities can keep operating during load shedding. In fact, the DA is on a nationwide mission to free all South Africans from Eskom's monopoly. This includes urging our national government to open up our grid and allow the private sector to compete with Eskom to supply electricity on a level playing field. To change the law so businesses and individuals can sell the extra electricity they generate onto the grid for others to use. To offer a 75,000 Rand tax rebate to cover the cost of installing solar systems in homes to take the pressure off the grid. To zero-rate VAT on LED light bulbs and energy-efficient appliances. And to allow municipalities to purchase power directly from independent power producers rather than having to rely on Eskom. The DA is doing everything possible to get our national government to step aside and let the private sector, provinces and municipalities get on with the job of keeping the lights on, keeping businesses and industry working and ensuring that our economy grows.
Goeiemôre aan al ons mede-DA-lede. Ek vertrou dat almal fiets en vars is en dat julle ook so opgewonde is soos ons oor ons eerste virtuele provinsiale kongres. It gives me great pleasure to inform you that we have close to 1,000 delegates joining us and participating in the Gauteng Provincial Congress. Over 600 of our delegates have connected virtually and the remaining 400 have joined us from 6 of our hybrid venues across the province. The Democratic Alliance always ensures that its election processes are in adherence with our constitution and values. Without further ado, I introduce the presiding officers for our Provincial Congress, Benedicta van Minnen and Desiree van der Walt. Welcome, ladies. Desiree and Benedicta will now proceed to explain the voting process for today's Provincial Congress.
Goeiemôre, good morning and Dumela to all our Gauteng delegates. We welcome you on behalf of Benedicta and myself as your presiding officers. And we would like to also just say welcome to all our staff who today, like many weeks in the past, has worked with you to make this a success. We will, of course, now explain to you how the voting and the different elements will work today. And I'll start by telling you that you will have to vote for different elements, as I said. First, you will vote on constitutional amendments by raising your cards. You'll vote for resolutions, and you will vote for your next leadership for the next term. There will be different methods of voting. One, the OPA vote system, which is a vote by secret ballot for the leadership. And you will then go to vote on constitutional amendments and resolutions. The Zoom poll vote for home delegates and the voting with cards, green, orange and red, to be used at your hybrid venues by the hybrid delegates.
If you are a home delegate and logged into your own device, you will have an opportunity to vote for constitutional amendments and resolutions via the Zoom poll vote. Once the chairperson announces, you will have 180 seconds, that's 2 minutes to 3 minutes, to vote per question. Make sure you select one answer per question, being yes, no, or abstain. To see all questions, you might have to scroll down the poll. Click Submit once you have selected an answer for all amendments and resolutions. Please be patient. Allowing all the votes to take place at hybrid venues across the province might also just take a bit of time. Once all votes have been received, the chairperson will announce the results. Now, in terms of the hybrid venue delegate voting, if you are a delegate at a hybrid venue, you will be in attendance in person. You would have received a goodie bag with voting cards at registration. You will vote for leadership candidates using the OPA vote on the laptop set up for that purpose at your hybrid venue. You will have an opportunity to vote for constitutional amendments and resolutions by holding up one of the 3 voting cards: green for yes, red for no, and orange for abstain. The deputy presiding officers will be counting the votes and then inputting the results into a spreadsheet. Once we have all of the votes from across all venues, then the chairperson will announce the results.
Good morning, delegates. To cast your votes to elect the party leadership, you will be using an online voting platform called OPA Vote. You will have received a voting code sent by SMS to your cell phone. You must please keep this code secret because it guarantees your access to a ballot. Your code may only be used to cast one ballot. If you have not received your code by SMS, please send a WhatsApp to 063 211 4860 with your name, ID number, and cell phone number. I repeat, if you have not received your code by SMS, please send a WhatsApp to 063 211 4860 with your name, ID number, and cell phone number. The code is unique to you and it can only be used to cast one ballot. Please do not share this code with anyone else. The ballot is completely secret, and therefore no one will be able to see who you have voted for. If you are joining by Zoom from home, you must go into the browser link to cast your vote. For delegates who are at a hybrid venue, laptops have been set up which are preloaded to the OPA Vote ballot page. When you go to the link, it will ask you for your voting code. Enter this code that was sent to you by SMS. Please note that the code is made up only of capital letters. If there is a big O, it is an O and not a 0. The ballot page will then appear. In contests where there are only 2 candidates, all you have to do is select your preferred candidate, click on the checkbox next to the candidate of your choice. In contests where there are more than 2 candidates, you need to rank all the candidates in order, starting from the one that you like the most and ending with the one that you like the least. Find your most preferred candidates in the list and click on the Add button next to their name to add them to the first position on the ballot. Then find your second favorite and click the Add button to add them to the second position. Then find your third favorite and click the Add button to add them to the third favorite position. Then find your fourth favorite and click Add button to add them to the fourth position. Then find your fifth favorite and click the Add button to add them to the fifth position. Carry on like this until you have added all the candidates to the ballot in your preferred order. If you want to change the order, you can click and drag on the yellow boxes to move the candidates up and down in terms of your preference. Once you have filled out the ballot, click on the Vote button. It will pop up on screen showing you the choices that you have made. If you are happy, click the Confirm button and your ballot will be cast. At that point, you are done. And thank you very much.
And we now declare that the voting is open.
am a mother. I am a father. I'm a daughter. I am a son. I am a brother. I am a sister. I am a neighbor. I believe in freedom. Freedom to earn a living, go where I want, love who I want, say what I believe, and pursue my dreams. I am brave. I am a provider. I am whatever it takes. I believe in fairness. A fairness where our achievements are determined by our choices and hard work, not by the circumstances of our birth. I am a leader. I am hopeful. I'm going to beat this. I believe in opportunity. A nation where opportunity is plentiful, where the strong protect the weak, and everyone's rights are protected. I am a helping hand. I am challenging. I am different. I believe in diversity. Every person has a unique perspective and an important role to play in building our nation. We do not judge each other by how we look, but by who we are. We are community. We are South Africans working together for real hope, real change now. We are the Democratic Alliance.
What a touching tribute to the colleagues that have fallen. May we continue to work towards building a better South Africa for all. At this point in time, we move to the provincial constitutional amendments and the resolutions process. We cross over to Janno Engelbrecht, who has put in many hours of work along with the Constitutional Amendments Committee.
Thank you very much, Mike. Good morning, Democrats. Thank you for joining us for this wonderful occasion. We will now proceed with the Gauteng Provincial Constitutional Amendment process. I would like to first start off by thanking the delegates that took the time to participate in this process. Thank you to the Constitutional Review Committee for all the hard work and hours spent in ensuring that we have got to this point today. I can confirm that the proposed amendments were distributed to all delegates prior to Congress, and an opportunity was given for amendments to the amendments received by the Constitutional Amendment Committee. There are 14 amendments in total. The last two were added by myself, but those just deal with the final approval of the Constitution as amended by Congress. I will read the proposed amendment, whereafter a member of the Constitutional Amendment Committee will have a speaking turn, followed by all registered speakers that indicated that they wish to speak either in support or against the proposed amendment. Time will then be allowed to vote on each proposed amendment. As and when results of the votes become available, I will announce whether the proposed amendment carries or not. We will vote on proposed amendment number 11 first, because should it carry, a lot of consequential changes will ensue. After we dealt with number 11, we will follow the numerical order of proposed amendments as everyone received it in the document. The last two items we will vote on will firstly give the Constitutional Amendment Committee the mandate to finalize any consequential changes that might arise from the approved amendments. Lastly, we have to vote on the Constitution as a whole, as amended. So let's go over to Constitutional Amendment number 11. The section of the Constitution is Chapter 4, and it speaks to the 2 provincial deputy chairpersons. The clause reads as follows, 4.3, the 2 provincial deputy chairpersons, 4.3.1. Due to the strategic nature of Gauteng Province and the broad scope of duties expected to be completed by a provincial deputy chairperson as determined by the relevant sitting provincial chairperson, the Gauteng Province will elect 2 provincial deputy chairpersons. 4.3.2. One of the 2 provincial deputy chairpersons must preside in the absence of the provincial chairperson or at the request of the provincial chairperson over the provincial congress, provincial council, provincial executive meetings, and the provincial management committee. We have Michael Shackleton, that comes to us from the TBI hybrid venue, as a speaker from the Constitutional Amendment Committee. So I give over to Mike Shackleton, and he has 90 seconds. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Michael. We did not receive any registered speakers from delegates, and therefore we will now go over to the vote, where you can either vote in support, against, or abstain. If we can start the clock. Thank you. Voting is now closed. If we can move on. Constitutional Amendment number 1. The section of the Constitution is Chapter 3, Provincial Congress. And it is clause 3.1.3.1, and it reads, all members of the Provincial Executive Committee. We have received no registered speakers from the delegates on this item, but we do have from the Constitutional Amendment Committee, King Saul Chabalala, who is joining us from a virtual platform. Thank you very much. King Saul. Thank you very much, King Saul. So, having no registered speakers on this item, we will now proceed to vote again, and you can start the clock, please. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, delegates. We are now going over to vote number 3, and that would be constitutional amendment number 2. The section of the Constitution is again Chapter 3, the Provincial Congress, and the clause reads as follows, 3.1.4. The Provincial Congress elects the provincial leader, the provincial chairperson, and 2 deputy provincial chairpersons. This is again almost the same as the first one where Michael Shackleton spoke. Here, our committee speaker is Bongani Nkomo, and we have 1 registered, Pogisu Mutumunye, that will join us virtually, and I firstly give over to Bongani Nkomo. Thank you, Bongani. You can go ahead. Thank you very much, Bongani. We now cross over to Pogisu Mutumunye for 45 seconds. Thank you very much, Pogisu.
Our reasons, and we just urge delegates to vote positively for this amendment. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Pogiso. We will now go over to the vote. If we can, just before we start the clock, after this vote, we will take a short break for 15 minutes, and then after that, we will continue again. You can start the clock for the voting. Thank you very much.
South Africans, we come from a hard past. In many ways, we are still a nation divided. A nation with a hard future ahead. We are used to living in a world of us and them. The ones we trust and those we don't understand. Those who have and those who have not.
I'm sure many are wondering why you are here and why you are standing in the boxes that you are standing in. Many times, people want to tell us who we are, what we are, because of how we look. So today, we want to tell a different story.
When we take the time to really see one another, then there is us, those who voted in 1994, and those who were born free, the breadwinners, and those of us desperately looking for a job. Some of us love Gqom, and some can't pronounce Gqom. And then there are those who simply love to dance. Despite our differences, there's more that brings us together than keeps us apart. And then there are those of us who worry about our children's future, and those who don't feel safe in their homes. Too many of us are struggling to make a living. But all of us dream of a better tomorrow. We who refuse to give up hope. We who refuse to be divided. We who want to work together to realize the vision of Nelson Mandela. United, we will bring a better future for all of us.
Have you noticed how, when most of South Africa gets that dreaded load-shedding notification, Cape Town often gets a clear forecast? This is with the help of the Steenbras Pumped Storage Power Scheme, which picks up the slack whenever possible. The DA-led city of Cape Town is a perfect example of how governments can innovate to make our power supply more reliable. They are leading the way by installing rooftop solar systems on city buildings, by retrofitting traffic and streetlights with LED lamps, and by installing smart electricity meters. The city's waste-to-energy project is even working to turn the harmful greenhouse gas the city extracts from our rubbish into electricity. This is all in pursuit of keeping the lights on. If we look to the DA-run Western Cape at large, a priority is to enhance the uptake of rooftop solar PV at businesses, such as on the roof of this Cape Town shopping centre. Because we've got to keep our economy working. DA-run governments are also promoting innovation through the installation of solar panels on the roofs of schools and clinics so that these facilities can keep operating during load shedding. In fact, the DA is on a nationwide mission to free all South Africans from Eskom's monopoly. This includes urging our national government to open up our grid and allow the private sector to compete with Eskom to supply electricity on a level playing field. To change the law so businesses and individuals can sell the extra electricity they generate onto the grid for others to use. To offer a 75,000 Rand tax rebate to cover the cost of installing solar systems in homes to take the pressure off the grid. To zero-rate VAT on LED light bulbs and energy-efficient appliances, and to allow municipalities to purchase power directly from independent power producers rather than having to rely on Eskom. The DA is doing everything possible to get our national government to step aside and let the private sector, provinces and municipalities get on with the job of keeping the lights on, keeping businesses and industry working and ensuring that our economy grows.
I am a mother. father. I'm a daughter. I'm a son. I'm a brother. I'm a sister. I am a neighbor. I believe in freedom. Freedom to earn a living, go where I want, love who I want, say what I believe, and pursue my dreams. I am brave. I am a provider. I am whatever it takes. I believe in fairness. A fairness where our achievements are determined by our choices and hard work, not by the circumstances of our birth. I am a leader. I am hopeful. I'm going to beat this. I believe in opportunity. A nation where opportunity is plentiful, where the strong protect the weak, and everyone's rights are protected. I am a helping hand. I am challenging. I am different. I believe in diversity. Every person has a unique perspective and an important role to play in building our nation. We do not judge each other by how we look, but by who we are. We are community. We are South Africans, working together for real hope, real change now. We are the Democratic Alliance.
Was a great moment in our country's history. We were united, we had hope. We all shared the same dream of one South Africa for all. That dream has been hijacked, corrupted, and sold out by the power-hungry and corrupt. They divide us with anger and hate. Corruption is killing our country. Those who have betrayed the struggle are the ones in power who have made themselves rich while the poor go hungry. This is not what we were promised. More empty promises, more unemployment. For 25 years, we have waited. We are moving backwards. The choice before us is simple. Either we make a change and move forward, or our dream dies. Only you have the power to bring change.
Have you noticed how, when most of South Africa gets that dreaded load-shedding notification, Cape Town often gets a clear forecast? This is with the help of the Steenbras Pumped Storage Power Scheme, which picks up the slack whenever possible. The DA-led city of Cape Town is a perfect example of how governments can innovate to make our power supply more reliable. They are leading the way by installing rooftop solar systems on city buildings, by retrofitting traffic and streetlights with LED lamps, and by installing smart electricity meters. The city's waste-to-energy project is even working to turn the harmful greenhouse gas the city extracts from our rubbish into electricity. This is all in pursuit of keeping the lights on. If we look to the DA-run Western Cape at large, a priority is to enhance the uptake of rooftop solar PV at businesses, such as on the roof of this Cape Town shopping centre. Because we've got to keep our economy working. DA-run governments are also promoting innovation through the installation of solar panels on the roofs of schools and clinics, so that these facilities can keep operating during load shedding. In fact, the DA is on a nationwide mission to free all South Africans from Eskom's monopoly. This includes urging our national government to open up our grid and allow the private sector to compete with Eskom to supply electricity on a level playing field. To change the law so businesses and individuals can sell the extra electricity they generate onto the grid for others to use. To offer a 75,000 Rand tax rebate to cover the cost of installing solar systems in homes to take the pressure off the grid. To zero-rate VAT on LED light bulbs and energy-efficient appliances. And to allow municipalities to purchase power directly from independent power producers rather than having to rely on Eskom. The DA is doing everything possible to get our national government to step aside and let the private sector, provinces and municipalities get on with the job of keeping the lights on, keeping businesses and industry working and ensuring that our economy grows.
As South Africans, we come from a hard past. In many ways, we are still a nation divided. A nation with a hard future ahead. We are used to living in a world of us and them. The ones we trust and those we don't understand. Those who have and those who have not.
I'm sure many of you are wondering why you are here and why you are standing in the boxes that you are standing in. Many times, people want to tell us who we are, what we are, because of how we look. So today, we want to tell a different story.
When we take the time to really see one another, then there is us, those who voted in 1994 and those who were born free, the breadwinners and those of us desperately looking for a job. Some of us love Gqom and some can't pronounce Gqom. And then there are those who simply love to dance. Despite our differences, there's more that brings us together than keeps us apart. And then there are those of us who worry about our children's future, and those who don't feel safe in their homes. Too many of us are struggling to make a living. But all of us dream of a better tomorrow. We who refuse to give up hope. We who refuse to be divided. We who want to work together to realize the vision of Nelson Mandela. United, we will bring a better future for all of us.
Good afternoon again, Democrats, and thank you to Yano. The reason why you're seeing me and not Yano is that we do have an issue with needing to pass the constitutional amendments with a required threshold. About a minute or two ago, you would have received, particularly the online delegates, the SMS that said we need online delegates to rejoin. We need a specified number according to our constitution. So we've had a conversation amongst ourselves in the presiding officers and those involved in the organization. We decided to change the order of the agenda around slightly so as to enable people to rejoin. Once we have the requisite number to be able to carry a threshold for the constitutional amendments, we'll revert to those. But in the meantime, what we will do is we will switch to the resolutions. And what I need to say on that is that the Gauteng Provincial resolutions process involved the notification to us that there was a desire to put a resolution or more, and with it then those were put in a document so that we could get others who wanted to speak or amend resolutions to do so. So I thank the delegates that took the time to participate in this process, and as I say, I can confirm that an opportunity was given with regard to the submission of proposed resolutions to the Provincial Congress, and these were distributed. Now, there have been, since the deadline cutoff dates, a couple of resolutions that have been received out of time. I regret we cannot handle resolutions that are out of time. You can imagine, as it were, that with virtual congresses, we have to have a lot of pre-planning and a lot of arrangements in place. It's not like before where we could take things from the floor. We don't have that luxury anymore. And so we need to be able to deal with things in a pre-planned way. So there need to be cut-off dates. And if they are met, then we can deal with them. If they're not met, then we can't. So we have 3 validly received resolutions, of which there was one validly received amendment to one of those resolutions. So what will happen now is that we'll take them one by one. I will read the proposed resolution, whereafter the proposer and seconder will have a speaking turn, followed by any registered speakers that indicated they wish to speak either in support of or against the proposed resolution. Time will then be allowed to vote on each of the proposed resolutions. As and when the results of the votes become available, I will announce whether the proposed resolutions carry or not. Luckily for us, we don't need a threshold here. A simple majority of those voting will actually carry a resolution, which is a resolution of Congress. It's not like a constitutional amendment, which requires a special majority. So, without any further ado, there on your screen is the resolution number 1. The resolution was sent out in a pack. There were 1 or 2 typographical challenges on them, and those were resolved by engagement with those who pointed out the typographical challenges and the movers of the resolutions. So this is a slightly edited version to what you see in your document, but I will read it for the purposes of process. So resolution number 1. Vandalism of critical infrastructure says this Provincial Congress noting, theft and vandalism of critical infrastructure remains a cumbersome issue for most local governments in the province. Cable theft puts a strain on local governments' resources and financial health, and thus impacts negatively on efforts to grow the economy, ensure basic electricity provision, and expedite service delivery. Local governments in Gauteng Province are not empowered in terms of Section 36, read with Section 29 of the Second-Hand Goods Act, number 6, 2009, to enter or seize goods at second-hand dealers. This Provincial Congress, therefore, resolves to call upon provincial government to offer support to local governments in the fight against cable theft. Call upon provincial government to maintain a repository database of cable theft incidents that occur in hotspot areas. Call upon provincial government to invest into new technological advancements together with the private sector in the fight against cable theft. Work to achieve amendments of the Act to allow Metropolitan Police to enter, search premises and/or seize controlled metal. And then we request the party's provincial congress to pursue the above. So we are having a proposer, it's Kamogelo Mangena, and a seconder, Michael Shackleton. Kamogelo Mangena is at a virtual, connected virtually at his home, and Michael Shackleton is at the TBI hybrid venue. So firstly, our proposer, we give 90 seconds to the proposer. Kamogelo Mangena, please come in, Kamogelo.
Thank you very much. The South African Commerce of Chamber suggests that almost 7 billion is lost to cable theft. While municipalities are mostly affected, we need to find a way of doing things differently. Also, it is important to note that the South African Police Service has been mandated to lead the fight against cable theft. But it's important also too to understand that local governments, particularly Metropolitan Police, are not empowered by the Act to be able to seize second-hand goods. We do realize that copper, for instance, is regarded as an important metal or an important mineral while this problem of cable theft is rising. We therefore recommend and suggest to the Congress to adopt this resolution to allow for Metropolitan to be able to seize these goods that are stolen through cable theft. Thank you.
Thank you, Kamogelo. We now cross to the TBI hybrid venue where Michael Shackleton is there to give 45 seconds in order to second this resolution. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Certainly, cable theft has been relentless across the city of Tshwane, across the city of Johannesburg, across multiple areas. And actually, this part of the proposal of amending the Second-Hand Goods Act to allow Metropolitan Police to enter premises and to search and to seize stolen metal. I saw it first in the city of Tshwane, which Karen Mayer actually brought up, and a previous executive mayor, a DA mayor, raised as well nationally, in which I think we should put continued pressure on, and it would be an ideal solution going forward, and I encourage the province to support this measure. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
There you have it, colleagues. We do not have any registered speakers, so we can now proceed directly to the vote. You will see the polling screen come up just presently. You will have 3 minutes in which to vote, and then after that we'll do the count, which I understand will probably take about 1 minute. So you now have 3 minutes to vote either in favor. I have no registered speakers, so I regret I cannot take your speech. So thank you very much. We now proceed to the voting on this resolution. Thank you very much. Okay, I need to give profuse apologies to one John Barendrecht, who's sitting at the TBI, I understand, because unfortunately the information that we have here, we had withdrawal of speakers, and hence I made the statement that I did. Unfortunately, what we didn't pick up was the fact that the one remaining person after the withdrawal was John Barendrecht. So I do beg his pardon, and I ask that he be available then to speak for 45 seconds at the TBI, and then we'll look at the count thereafter. John, over to you at TBI. Thank you very much.
Mike, actually, I'm at home. And what I would like to say is our new mayor said stable, delivery, and safe. Now, in cable theft, there's no stable electricity supply. There's no safety due to lights not working. There's no service delivery. Tshwane Electricity has become a supplier of cables to thieves. So I would like to urge Congress to support this resolution as it is urgently needed. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very, very much, John. And I'm sorry that we didn't pick you up, that you were not at TBI. That was the information that I was given. But that's neither here nor there. Colleagues, I'm glad that John was speaking in favor of this resolution, because I do have a result from the count that was done. And I can tell you overwhelmingly, resolution number 1 was carried. So congratulations to the movers there, and to yourselves as Congress. You have resolved in favor of resolution number 1. We now move to resolution number 2, which talks about police brutality and public safety. And it reads as follows. This Provincial Congress noting that the issue of police brutality is an ongoing concern, particularly in extraordinary cases like the national state of disaster announced by the President since March 2020 in response to outbreak of COVID-19. The problem of police brutality is not restricted to torture, but includes, amongst others, reckless and accidental shootings, killings related to arguments, assaults of persons not in custody, and unnecessary force. Mechanisms for lodging complaints and investigations are centralized by the police. Oftentimes, the public are discouraged to report such incidents due to corruption, turnaround time for feedback, and poor reception by the police service. So it's in that vein that this Provincial Congress resolves to seek improvement of powers and the resourcing of the IPID. The Directorate is severely underfunded and under-resourced to fulfill its mandate. That citizens should be sent a satisfaction survey after an encounter with police on the road to measure police effectiveness. That internal disciplinary processes of the SABS be done independently of the government entities. That generic vetting comprising of the State Security Agency should be mandatory for new recruits, especially for those who will have access to highly confidential, top-secret information, including the political head that presides over the institution, in order to achieve a committed and trustworthy police service. That oversight at provincial level must at least include a member of the Community Policing Forum to strengthen compliance. And then finally, to request the relevant public representatives of the party to pursue the above issues. Colleagues, I now hand over to a proposer. It's Kamogelo Mangena, who's coming across to us virtually, and he will speak for 90 seconds. Thank you, Kamogelo.
Thank you. We have realized that now, in the coming time, that we're really facing what would be deemed to be some sort of a police tyranny. While this is important to note, particularly in these extraordinary cases, it is important that people and citizens in particular are able to feel safe, are able to take advantage of a democratic South Africa. However, challenges such as police brutality remain a concern. We see this in various instances that are reported on the media where civilians are being brutally treated and are not enjoying their democratic rights. We do believe that this resolution would become important in ensuring that citizens are able to enjoy their full rights and are really able to take advantage and trust the police service to stand up for them and fight for their right. We, however, also encourage that members of the Community Policing Forum become involved in oversight committees and that they become an important vetting, generic vetting that takes place within all the members that sit on those oversight committees. Because in some instances, the dysfunctioning of these oversight committees and this department rises as a result of people who preside over those committees. They're able to share sensitive information on how things are done in the department. We do believe that the Congress adopts this resolution as a way of improving our police service that citizens can trust, citizens can rely on, and citizens can be part of. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Kamohelo. We now cross to TBI, where Michael Shackleton will have 45 seconds to second the motion. Thank you very much, Mike.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Certainly, police brutality has been an issue even raised by the DA at a national level and in the Gauteng legislature. And it's a reality of everyday life for South Africans and something which has to urgently be combated. I wholeheartedly support the proposal that we need to make the disciplinary processes of the SAPs more independent, essentially judge yourself, whether you are guilty or not guilty. But moreover, as the Community Safety Department in Gauteng and provinces oversees CPFs, I think having a member of the CPF on that committee would be very insightful and would, really build a more inclusive position from which we can all move forward to make Gauteng safer together. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Michael. According to the information I have before me, there are no additional speakers on this resolution. I'm going to give a nice 3 seconds silence just to confirm if there's somehow another John Barendrecht out there that is actually on a list somewhere. And all right, I have confirmation of speakers. So thank you very much. We now proceed to the vote. Colleagues, we are going to a Zoom poll wherein you are going to have 3 minutes in order to cast a vote either in favor or against or abstaining from this vote. And then what we'll do then is take about a minute to count. So we're over to you for 3 minutes. Thank you, colleagues. our colleagues, I've got some good news specifically for the movers of resolution number 2. Resolution number 2 has been carried, so congratulations. We then move to resolution 3. Now, with resolution 3, we did receive a validly submitted amendment. The amendment is now numbered 3B, and the original resolution is numbered 3A. The mover of resolution amendment 3B is Dennis Ryder. What we're going to do is we're going to first put, or at least read and have motivated resolution 3A. Once that motivation has happened, then we will bring in Dennis Ryder to motivate his amendment 3B. And then once that is done, we'll put the resolutions in the following way. We'll put the amendment to the vote 3B first, and then we'll put the resolution whatever way, whether it's carried with the amendment or in its original form, we'll put it then second. So in the first instance, what we are going to do is to read out the original resolution. This Provincial Congress noting municipalities countrywide are seeking public safety measures in order to attract investment and foster conditions for job creation. Gauteng Province is no exception, as it is a home to many job seekers in and around the province. There exists a proactive measures for crime, a need for proactive measures for crime prevention and improvement in the conviction rate by SAPS. Gauteng will be rapidly urbanized as years go by. A key element of this will be the ability of the province to provide safety and security to its residents. There exist policy gaps in the institutional capacity of the police service. So the resolution as tabled is as follows. The Provincial Congress resolves to encourage public-private partnerships in the fight against crime by ensuring safe access to high-quality public transport. That government should, A, invest in high-speed broadband network in order to fight crime, B, dedicate a budget exclusively for the maintenance of cameras in busy roads and areas. And then with that, the resolution is also to request relevant party public representatives to pursue the above issues. And now to propose this motion for 90 seconds, we cross to TBI hybrid venue where Michael Shackleton is the proposer. Thank you very much, Mike. You have 90 seconds.
Thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity. I think we all want a safer province. We want to live in safer areas. And as outlined in the resolution, we also want to attract and maintain investment in our country and in our province, which is the economic hub of our country and the whole continent. So the measures that we've introduced and that we are suggesting are aimed at ensuring that we do have a safer, business-friendly environment, whilst at the same time striving to ensure that every single resident of Gauteng is safer. Also outlined in the resolution, and also an issue which we took up in the media from the Gauteng province of over the past week, is the low conviction rate in the province in comparison to crimes that are actually committed and reported. And that's why we're mentioning things like cameras, we're mentioning safer public transport, and I'm certainly eager to hear how the amendment might be able to add to that, as I think we all are eager to work as a team to create a safer, a more inclusive, and a more investment-friendly province. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Michael. To second the motion, and he is connected from a virtual connection, is Kamogelo Mangena. Thank you, Kamogelo.
Thank you very much. There's no denying that local governments all over the country are really looking to ways in which they can protect our citizens, but while else at the same time are able to attract a high level of investment and quality services for their people. It is very important that in this motion, we look at the adverse consequences of how we could low internet connection can impact on the safety. there is also no denying that analog is now becoming outdated and that municipalities need to look at ways in which they can save costs while at the same time they're able to provide high quality services in as far as safety is concerned. That is why we do believe that this resolution is important.
Thank you, Kamogello. Right, colleagues, as indicated, Dennis Ryder has given us an additional resolution by way of an amendment. And so we are putting that on the screen now as Resolution 3B. And it says this: to demand that government devolve the powers of crime fighting and law enforcement from national government to provincial and local governments where capacity exists, noting that such devolution must be premised on the principle that funding follows function in order to ensure that mandates are adequately and appropriately funded. So now to move that amendment for 45 seconds, we cross to the Lord's Signature Hotel hybrid venue where Dennis Ryder is on standby to motivate. Thank you, Dennis.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Yes, I wholeheartedly support the resolution, but I do feel that we need to take it a little bit further, especially considering the resolution that was passed by an overwhelming majority at our recent Federal Congress, the resolution proposed by Alan Winde for the devolution of certain powers from national government to local and provincial governments where the capacity exists. I think that policing in Gauteng is very different from policing, for example, in the Western Cape or in the Eastern Province, and that needs to be recognized by the way policing is managed. But of course, we need funding to follow it so that we don't end up with an unfunded mandate. So I ask you all to support my additional piece to this resolution.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dennis. Okay, colleagues, we now move to the vote, but we're going to do in two parts. Part number one is to put the amendment. So for 3 minutes, you're going to get the opportunity to vote on whether or not you accept the amendment put by Dennis Ryder, or that you are against or you want to abstain. So now we go over to the Zoom poll for 3 minutes. Thank you. Colleagues, I'm pleased to say that I have a result, and in that regard, this amendment is overwhelmingly carried. So the substantive motion now is duly amended. So I now put to this Congress for voting an amended motion, which is the original motion plus the additional segment as added by Dennis Ryder. So if you are in favor of the amended motion, we will ask you then to vote now. If you want to vote against the amended motion, then by all means vote against or abstain. So we're over for 3 minutes to vote on the amended motion. Thank you. Well, colleagues, I'm pleased to announce that we've got a result, and the amended motion, which was amended by an additional clause put by Dennis Ryder, which was adopted earlier. The amended motion in totality has been carried, so we now have a resolution that has been amended and has been carried. So it's my pleasure to say goodbye for this particular portion. Thank you very much for all of those of you who participated in the Congress resolutions. We're going to proceed where we left off before, and that is with the constitutional amendments after a short break. Thank you very much.
Just a reminder that voting will be closing at 1:39, so please get ahead and finish with that voting. Thank you.
Welcome back, delegates. After consultation with the presiding officers, I asked them how we would proceed, and I have been advised that we should start this process from the top in the spirit of fairness, and that is exactly what we're going to do. So without further ado, amendment number 11, which we will handle first. Chapter 4, the 2 provincial deputy chairpersons, the clause 4.3, the 2 provincial deputy chairpersons, 4.3.1, Due to the strategic nature of Gauteng Province and the broad scope of duties expected to be completed by a provincial deputy chairperson, as determined by the relevant sitting provincial chairperson, the Gauteng Province will elect 2 provincial deputy chairpersons. The one of the 2 provincial deputy chairpersons must preside in the absence of the provincial chairperson or at the request of the provincial chairperson over the provincial congress, provincial council, provincial executive meetings, and the provincial management committee. We have no registered speakers. We do have a committee speaker, which is Michael Shackleton, and we will give him 90 seconds. Michael, if you can use 60, that would help greatly. Thank you very much. Over to you, Michael.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, Chairperson. As we've seen, the DA has grown in size. We've taken over municipalities like Johannesburg, Tshwane, and Midvaal all at the same time. Even looking to win Ekurhuleni in future and failing to win that only by a hair's breadth. In the past, when the party was far smaller, we had 3 deputy provincial chairpersons. And now the scope and the duties of the DA in Gauteng, which is a strategic province where many of our municipalities are strategic in nature, the workload has become severe, and it is no longer enough for one provincial deputy chair to be able to handle. And therefore, I implore all delegates to this Congress to support this constitutional amendment to have a 2nd provincial deputy chairperson in Gauteng Province to enable us to reach our goals, to win the municipalities we want to win, and ultimately to help us to win the province going forward. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Michael, for that. We will now go over to the vote. The vote we'll allow 3 minutes. After the 3 minutes is done, we'll give opportunity for 1 minute for all the votes to be tallied, after which I will announce whether this resolution carries or not, and then we will continue to the next proposed amendment. If we can start the clock and open the vote. Thank you very much. Welcome back, delegates. Vote number 1 on amendment number 11 did not carry. We continue with constitutional amendment number 1 on vote number 2. The section of the Constitution is Chapter 3, Provincial Congress. The clause is 3.1.3.1. All members of the Provincial Executive Committee proposed, and we have a committee speaker in King Saul Chabalala that's joining us virtually, and we have no registered speakers. King Saul Chabalala, over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yano. Good afternoon, delegates. Sanbonani, Dumelang Happy. As I had indicated earlier that I request delegate to support this amendment as this is a sensible one. Because what this amendment seeks to achieve or do is to shorten the constitution by stating that all members of the PEC form part of the provincial congress rather than naming each and every position of the PEC. So this amendment does not seek to amend the material nature of the constitution. It is merely putting one sentence on what was written on an entire page. Thank you.
Thank you very much, King Saul. We will now go over to the vote as before. 3 minutes for voting and hopefully 1 minute to tally the votes. Thank you very much. You can start the clock.
Good afternoon, delegates, middag afgevaardigdes. We just received an inquiry whether this Congress still quorates, and I can announce that a quorum is 541, and we're currently on 597. So indeed, the DA Gauteng Provincial Congress is still in order. Thank you. Delegates, it's Desiree again, and Benedicta and myself would like now to inform all of you that voting for all your leadership positions have closed. It's exactly 13:39 as per our program. Ek herhaal, die stemproses vir leiers het nou gesluit. Dankie.
Thank you for your patience, delegates. I can announce that vote number 2, constitutional amendment number 1, did not carry. We move over to the next constitutional amendment. That would be constitutional amendment number 2. The section of the Constitution is Chapter 3, Provincial Congress. The clause is 3.1.4. The Provincial Congress elects the provincial leader, the provincial chairperson, and 2 deputy provincial chairpersons. We have a committee speaker in Bongani Nkomo that's joining us virtually, and a registered speaker, Pogisu Mutumunye, that's also going to join us virtually. I now give over to Bongani Nkomo. Thank you very much.
Thank you once again, Chair, and good afternoon, Democrats. As previously mentioned, the Gauteng province remains and continues to be a strategic battleground for local, provincial, and national elections. By voting for this amendment, we ensure that the democratic process remains intact, that our internal democracy works, and that Congress delegates can cast their votes for the leaders that will take the party forward for the next 3 years. I therefore urge all delegates to support this amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bongani. Now we cross over to Pogisu Mutumunyi. Thank you very much, Pogisu.
Thank you. I think it's clear that we do need the Congress to add in terms of the voting for the 2 additional deputy chairpersons. And I think we've all made the argument that the scope and the size of the province requires that we add to the executive committee. And therefore, Congress should be the right platform for us to ensure that we strengthen the executive of the province. And we'll do this by supporting this amendment. Thank you, Yama.
Thank you, Pogisu. We will now go over to the vote. As before, 3 minutes and then 1 minute to tally the vote. If we can start the clock. Thank you very much. Moving on swiftly to our next section, and that is the Provincial Congress. The clause reads 3-point Congress takes decisions on all aspects of policy, organization, finance and discipline. and all such decisions are binding on the party in the province as set out in the provincial constitution, unless that repeal or alteration is agreed to by not less than 2/3 of the registered delegates at that Congress. We have no registered speakers on this item, and unfortunately, Mervyn Sarota is indisposed of at this moment. I would therefore... Are you here? Thank you so much. So I cross over to Mervyn Sarota. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you for your indulgence. Good afternoon, colleagues. Colleagues, this clause enables the Provincial Congress to take decisions that bind the party in aspects of policy, organisation, finance and discipline, but can only do so if with 80% support of delegates. What this amendment intends to do is to change that to less than 2/3, to make it less than 2/3, which makes the amendment more relevant and more effective. The opportunity we have today is to allow us to do this amendment because we're online and because so many delegates are participating. I ask therefore all of you to give effect to this amendment, and will everyone please support in favour. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mervyn. So we will now go over to the vote. Again, 3 minutes and then 1 minute to tally the count, after which I will announce the outcome. Thank you very much. If we can start the clock. Welcome back, delegates. I just got news that some of the delegates did not hear the previous vote. That would be vote number 3. Vote number 3 did not carry. Then the result for vote number 4, and that would be constitutional amendment number 3. That has also not carried. So let's continue. We are going to constitutional amendment number 4, and that will be vote number 5. The section of the Constitution is Chapter 3, Provincial Council. The clause says 3.2.2, in case of resignation, deaths, or any elected members at the Provincial Congress, the Provincial Council elect candidates to fill the vacancies. We have a committee speaker by the name of Kume Ramulifu that will join us virtually. And we have Tyrone Gray from the mighty Mukhale at Cottage Lodge that would join us as an additional registered speaker. And before we go over to the vote. So I cross over to Kume Ramulifu. Thank you very much, Kume.
Thank you, Yano, and also the delegates. So I put this proposal on the basis of what we have gone through, and we don't have any provision in our constitution to take care of, gaps like resignation. How do you fill a vacancy as a result of, death or resignation? So I want Congress to support this so that there's clarity of, which body has to fill the vacancy. Like we've experienced, even at a national level, after the resignations we experienced, it was a bit of difficulty on, which body has to, fill the vacancy. So I propose that we support this so that we provide clarity going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kume. Do we have Tyrone Gray online? We are switching over to him. Cottage Lodge, yes. It seems that we might have a problem in connecting with Tyrone. So, unfortunately, if he's not available, we can obviously not wait any longer. I would then go over to the vote. As previously, you can start the clock. Thank you very much. Welcome back, delegates. I do have a result for vote number 5, and that would be amendment number 4. The amendment did not carry. So let's move forward to constitutional amendment number 5. The section of the Constitution is Chapter 3, the Provincial Council, the clause 3.2.6. The Provincial Council comprises 3.2.6.2 all members of the regional executive in the province, and then another amendment at 3.2.6.4, 60 local government councillors representing the party allocated to the regions proportionally on the basis of the votes cast at the most recent election of a national nature and elected by the DA caucuses by a proportional voting system approved by the Federal Council, but subject to the condition that each caucus shall obtain at least 2 representatives under this section. 3.2.6.5, the chairperson of the Provincial Disciplinary Committee. We have a speaker by the name of Magashule Ghana that's going to join us from Marks Park Hybrid Venue. But we also have a suggested amendment on the amendment by John Barendrecht, which will join us virtually. Now I'm going to read the constitutional amendment by the amendment on the amendment by John Barendrecht for you. His reads as follows. The provincial 3.3, the provincial executive, 3.3.1.3, the 2 provincial deputy chairpersons, 3.3.1.5, the regional chairpersons, or in his or her absence, a duly elected representative, 3.3.1.6, the provincial leader of the Democratic Alliance Youth, or in his or her absence, a duly elected representative, 3.3.1.7, the provincial leader of the Democratic Alliance Women's Network, or in his or her, well, I guess her absence, a duly elected representative. 3.3.1.8, the provincial chairperson of the Association of Democratic Alliance Councillors, or in his or her absence, a duly elected representative. 3.3.1.9, the leader of the Democratic Alliance Caucus in the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, or in his or her absence, a duly elected representative. 3.3.1.11, the caucus leaders of all DA municipal caucuses, or in his or her absence, a duly elected representative from each caucus. 3.3.1.12, any member of the federal executive who is a party member in the province. 3.3.1.13, up to 6 co-opted members with full voting rights. Co-opted members may be proposed by any member of and must be approved by a 2/3 majority of the Provincial Executive Committee. A specific time for which the co-option is valid must be stated in each case. 3.3.1.14, the constituency heads of provincially allocated constituencies established in terms of the provincial constitution and or the federal constitution. Delegates, I am very sorry, this was wrong. I did not receive the correct amendment from John Barendrecht. Can we take a break so that I can please ask someone to forward me the correct documentation? Thank you very much. My apologies, delegates. It was my mistake. I did not read the teleprompter correctly. The suggested amendment from John Barendrecht reads as follows, 3.2.6.4, all DA councillors in all municipalities in the province, and that would be vote number 6B. We will first vote on the amendment, to the amendment, and then after that we will then vote on the original amendment. If we can start the clock, thank you very much. Delegates, vote number 6B did not carry. The total of number of votes also do not represent the threshold. We will then attempt to pass the original amendment 6A by Magashule Ghana, and without giving opportunity for any of the speakers to speak, because at this stage, with us not meeting the minimum required level, I think it's an exercise in futility. However, we will continue with 6A since we have already started. So if you can start the clock, thank you very much. Thank you. Welcome back, delegates. I've got a result for you. The total number of votes cast on this item did not meet the minimum threshold needed, and therefore it automatically does not carry. We will now break the monotonous process of trying to amend an unamendable constitution. And we will pause a little bit because of time, and we will go straight over to the awards, after which I think the winners of our leadership contest will be announced by our good presiding officers. Thank you very much.
Colleagues, and now I'm back. We've got some more awards. Unfortunately, though, in the interest of time, I'm going to have to avoid reading the citation, which is a huge disappointment for me because I do enjoy reading the good story that is told on the back of each and every one of those certificates. So I profoundly apologize to the awardees because they deserved the recognition. But what we will do then is make it known via email what the citation actually reads for each and every one of these awards so that the awardees can get the recognition that they deserve. So in the interest of the time, I will tell you what the award is, and we will call the name. And I believe that we're going to have a nice infographic and a cheering sound, and then I'll go on to the next award. So we have a certificate of recognition for excellence for, wait for it, the Benoni constituency. Please cheer yourselves wherever you are. Thank you very much. Well done, Benoni. All right, there was supposed to be a nice thing on the screen there and some whatever, the fireworks and cheering, but it didn't happen. But we are having a time problem here. We have another certificate of excellence for a constituency, and this one is in the Johannesburg region, and it's the Johannesburg South constituency. Well done, Johannesburg South. As I say, there is a story all about what you've done, and we will email and tell the world. Well done. Okay, one day I hope that we'll get that nice picture. Oh, there it is. Well done. And then maybe with the next one, we'll have the sound of the cheering and the fireworks. That will be great. All right, then the next one is also a certificate of recognition for a constituency. This one is in Gauteng East Region, and it is the Tembisa South constituency. Well done, Tembisa South. All right. Congratulations. All right, hopefully next time we can have both the picture and the sound coming up simultaneously. Then you won't see me doing this, and then I won't feel so stupid. All right, so then the next one is a different one. We had a different one earlier on when we recognized the caucus. Now we're going to do something that we've never done before, and that is actually recognize a local government where we are in government. So this one is a certificate for recognition of outstanding performance for the best DA-run local government municipality. And the winner is Midvaal. Well done, Midvaal. Now we've lost the sound. All right, we'll get it right. Okay, then we have a regional award. The award for the best region is awarded to Johannesburg. Well done, Johannesburg region. And I thank our colleagues in the back office for getting the picture and the sound right. So thank you very much. Now I have a series of awards for lifetime achievement for individuals. There are 4 of these awards, and obviously there is a reason given and the kind of commitment that they've given to our party. And so it is with great pleasure that the first one goes to Geraldine Gallo. She is in the Alex Santon constituency, Ward 102. Well done, Geraldine. We appreciate your work. Then the next one is a good old, I mustn't use the word old, because what do they say about pointing fingers, 3 fingers pointing back? A good colleague of mine that I've loved and respected for many years. Sadly, he's not in office at the moment. He's retired, but he is the former leader of the Ekurhuleni caucus, Eddie Taylor. So well done, Eddie Taylor. The only thing I'm going to say about the next awardee is that I first saw him in action in politics in the 1987 election. No, don't shoot me. Yes, I am old. 1987, and he was part of the top table at an event at Jeppe Girls High School. He was a candidate for the DA in the Modderfontein constituency up against a guy called Magnus Milan. His name is John Mendelson. Well done, John. And I have nothing to do with the names of these awardees, so if you think that because I know them all and I've worked with them side by side for quite a few years, in fact, I think the person who should be presenting this one is one of our presiding officers today, because both of us served in the same caucus as the awardee, and you know her. She was, once upon a time, the personal private assistant of Helen Sussman. It is Judith Briggs. Well done, Judith. Thank you very much. Colleagues, as I say, we will get the citations emailed to you. I feel a little bit that we've cheated the awardees out of something special by not reading out the citation, but it was in the interest of time. So thank you very much. I appreciate the time that you've given us to be able to do the awards. Obviously, we're going to go on to some more business here. All right, somebody is flagging me. What do I need to do? I'll hand over to Solly. Thank you very much. Colleagues, I now hand over to our interim leader, Solly Msimanga. Thank you, Solly.
Colleagues, good afternoon to all of you, and indeed a great honor to be with all of you again here today, as we are indeed exercising our democratic right to elect leadership that will be able to take us through the next 3 years. That will also be the leadership that will also ensure that we go through a victorious 2021 local government election. But all these things are built on foundations. And one of the people that has really built or assisted in building a very strong foundation is Mike Moriarty. I think the DA owes this great man a great amount of gratitude. We have really learned a lot from you. We have really allowed you, Mike, to really not only grow, but to let some of us as leaders grow in the party as well. We want to say that you deserve this great dedication. We want to dedicate this and this award to Mike Moriarty for a sterling work that he has given for all these years. Not only has Mike been an example to all of us, but he's also been a mentor. He's been somebody who we've now come to know as the Mike Mo manager. Anybody who's ever worked in Gauteng would know that Mike is somebody that really has managed and to perfect how we do campaigns, how we do administration, and also how the rest of the country can learn from Gauteng in terms of how things are to be done. I want to award to pass the Leaders Award over to Mike Moriarty for the sterling work and the time that he's really dedicated to the Democratic Alliance. As you would know, Mike, in the DA, you never really retire. We might give you a couple of minutes or moments off, but indeed, when the province calls for you or the party in general calls for you, we hope that you will respond to that. Please join me in awarding this Leaders Award to Mike Moriarty for an excellent work that he has done so far. Thank you very much.
Delegates, that time has finally arrived to give the results, and we'll start at the bottom and work our way up. So the duly elected new Deputy Provincial Chairperson is Bongani Nkomo. Then your new duly elected Provincial Chairperson is Fred Nell.
Away, Fred Nell, away! Hey.
Colleagues, I'd like to start off by thanking every candidate for running in this campaign, every staff member, every member and delegate that went through all the AGMs, that became delegates today, those who stuck with us during this whole morning into the afternoon for casting their votes, my co-presiding officer, Benedicta, who's a legal expert, and Tabelu, who's here waiting the whole day to do an event. So thank you, everybody. Our staff, it's been months, and I don't think anybody realizes what happens behind the scenes. And of course, all our candidates' agents who waited as well. Your next provincial leader for Gauteng Province is Solly Msimanga.
Hoi, hoi, Solly Msimanga, hoi, hoi! Viva Solly Msimanga, viva! Tata Solly Msimanga, tata! Awe, Solly Msimanga, awe! Ah, ofeto, viva, tie, viva!
Fellow Democrats, people of South Africa, and more specifically, people of our beautiful province of Gauteng, I greet you all. Goeiemiddag na julle. Sanibonani, Dimasiari. You know, I'm excited. I remember the time when I joined the Democratic Alliance many years ago, a time when I decided that I wanted to contribute towards a positive trajectory of our beautiful country. A time when I wanted to knock on every door, go to every taxi rank, shopping mall, township, or suburb to say, ours is a land full of opportunities. But those possibilities weren't yet explored because we had leadership in the country that focused on self-enrichment and divided the citizens on race and on narrow political interest. Today, listening to Mama Letta Mbuli's song, Not Yet Uhuru, I'm reminded of the very same time I joined the party. The song aptly reminds us that freedom isn't yet attained in our country. Yes, we have the right to vote. We have freedom of speech. We have freedom of association. But what does that mean when we still have millions of our people living in condition of squalor? When half of our youth cannot find meaningful employment, when state funds are used more to enrich the politically connected instead of uplifting the conditions of millions of our people, where farm and rural matters are the order of the day, where gender-based violence is rife, and women are subjected and children are subjected to inhumane treatment, where there's still those who have registered for state-subsidized housing right at the dawn of democracy, still up to today don't have their homes, where the state take funds away from the police, away from education, away from health, and put that into a never-feeling black hole of an airline, where millions are paid for the removal of asbestos roofings, but there is little to show for it, where billions are siphoned through corrupt activities under the guise of COVID relief that is intended to make sure that we save the lives of those that are in South Africa. Indeed, it is not yet Uhuru, colleagues. Democrats, true freedom is what all of the people of this country, and indeed the people of Gauteng, are yearning for. They yearn for freedom to make their own choices about the life they want to live. They yearn for freedom that empowers them to live a quality life and that will also improve their own lives and circumstances. They yearn for opportunities that are created and given in a fair manner instead of through cronyism and political membership. The people of this beautiful province of ours yearn for fairness. Democrats, we have to fight and we have to be the champions of this freedom. We have to make sure that this freedom, which so many died for so many years ago, is a freedom that we don't take for granted. The task ahead of us is huge. Our country and indeed our province need us now more than ever before to restore hope where there is desperation and despair. Our people are calling on us to stand up and fight for them. The beautiful, warm-hearted, hard-working, honest people of this province are calling for a united, focused, and determined democratic alliance. This is why I did not seek any endorsement during my campaign. You would have realized that during my campaign, I didn't have any leader or anybody coming up and then publicly endorsing me. Because I feared that it may promote division in our ranks. I wanted to be a leader for all our members, not for some or not for a faction. It is important that we unite as a party because that is what our members and voters want to see. Nobody wants to support a divided house. I hope this sets a trend for future internal elections. Democrats, real change for our people will only happen when we as the Democratic Alliance stand firm and focus on our values, principles, and policies. Real change will happen when we are part of the people's daily lives and experiences. We have to connect with every resident of this province who share our value but not yet voting for us. To convince them that the DA is a home for them, we must not just tell them that we are home for them, but we must show them. We must create opportunities for new leaders to emerge. We must be the true representation of the nation we want to lead. We have to be the champion of building a non-racial, non-sexist Gauteng, where there will be no barriers created by religion, culture, geography, or economic status. We must be the champion of hope for our people. While others are pushing for legal land invasion, we must be the champions of land reform programs. While others are busy pushing us into racial blocks, we must be champions for a non-racial society in South Africa and indeed in Gauteng. While others are busy enriching themselves at the expense of the people of Gauteng and indeed of South Africa, we must expose wrongdoing in all its manifestations. We must be the champions of service delivery in all municipalities in Gauteng. We will continue to do the excellent work Gabongani in Midvaal, where we are continuing to win awards, give people quality services. We will ensure that we again reverse the damage that has been created by Maile and his administration in the city of Tshwane. We will keep a close eye on Johannesburg, its ailing coalition and its lack of delivery. We will also ensure that the people of Ekurhuleni, Mfuleni, Lesedi, Mogale, Merafong, West, West Rand, and Sidibeng have champions who will hold this executive to account. Democrats, the 2021 local government elections are just around the corner. Our campaign for this election will require all of us to be on the ground, not sometime, but all the time. If anything that we could have learned this past weekend is that if our structures are not going to be on the ground all the time, we will indeed fail. We will need to retrain and empower our activists to fight these elections. We will have to select the best to represent the DA's public representatives and to ensure that they are equipped to be the true champions of the people of Gauteng. Let me take this opportunity to thank and pass my gratitude to James Lorimer for the spirit in which we contested for leader. Once again, we have proven that leaders are elected through democratic processes in the DA, and they are not anointed. We allow for debates, contestation of ideas, and only choose leaders based on their ideas, the content of their character, and their ability to lead us into a new and exciting future. I hope that this trend continues and become a principle we hold dear. I would also like to thank all members of the Democratic Alliance here in Gauteng, those who voted for me and those who didn't. I thank you for exercising your democratic right in a manner that you do and in a manner that you did, and this in a manner that doesn't leave the party fractured and factional. Now that the internal elections are over, let's hit the ground running. Let us work as one and focus on the bouncing ball, and that is the upcoming local elections in 2021. I commit myself to working with all structures of the party as we venture into this new and exciting chapter of the DA in Gauteng. I commit to allowing true democracy, open communication, a culture of mutual respect, support, and team for everybody to be a thriving thing in the DA. Like Mama Mbuli says, it is not yet Uhuru. The work ahead of us is a lot, and it will take all of us to put our shoulders to the wheel, Together we can and we must do it, not for ourselves, but for those that come after us. On Smooth, on Sal, on Scan, and on Sal that Dun. I want to say to you that we are going to need to be out there every day on the street. We are going to need to be a divided party. We're going to need to be a united party, my apologies, because division only means that we are going to lose even further. I want to thank the staff that have really made sure that we have a successful Congress that we have had. I want to thank the presiding officers for the exceptional work that they have done to get us this far. I want to say also in closing that the DA will be the only alternative to what we have seen in Gauteng, because all of us are going to be on the ground every single day, and I'm going to be there with you. As I'm going to be visiting the regions right now, as I'm going to be visiting the constituencies, the branches, as I'm going to be with the activists on the ground, as myself and the leadership that has been elected are going to start the renewal of Gauteng as the alternative to what we have come to know as the government in Gauteng. I am happy, I'm excited, I'm looking forward to the challenge, and I hope that I can count on all of you to walk with me as we walk towards a victorious 2021 and 2024 going forward. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, the program does require us to finish off. One of the things that we were hoping to do was obviously to continue with the constitutional amendments, but I am mindful of the time. Some of you mentioned things like Blowbilla or something. It is with regret I must say that we cannot continue with the constitutional amendments, but I'm sure you'll agree with me. We have had a successful election, so congratulations to all of those who contested, to those who got elected, well done. Those who were unsuccessful, please, it is democracy, and we know that you are Democrats, you're committed to the cause, and we will see you there, where we all need to be to get after every single South African who is committed to uplift the country that we love, turn it around from the corrupt, semi-failed state that it is, and we know that we can rely on each and every one of you. I look forward to seeing the newly elected leadership and the provincial executive and all of the structures spring into action, taking us forward, and I thank you for making this particular Congress a success. I say well done to all of the awardees, well done to those who passed resolutions, and all of you that made the effort to go out to hybrid venues, to connect, to make this Congress possible, all of the staff, each and every person that played a role. I want to say thank you, and I want to now declare officially the closure of the 2020 DA Gauteng Provincial Congress. Viva DA, viva! Halala! Phambili Gauteng, phambili! Thank you very much.